What's up, developers? Welcome to a new live stream. And in today's video, we're gonna build a new application with React Native. And this is gonna be a collaborative to-do list application. So it's gonna be the basic to-do app that you saw for example, here on this screen, but also we're gonna add an API integration that will allow multiple people to work on the same application in the same to-do app. So yeah, this will be a tutorial for all developers, even if you're a beginner, because at the start we're gonna start slow. I'm gonna explain everything that we're doing, and then later on we're gonna have some complex advanced features such as GraphQL integration with Apollo. More about that a bit later. And yeah, this is a video part of our MERN stack tutorial. If you haven't checked the previous video, have a look on my channel. There is a video previous week we have done the GraphQL in NodeJS, the API. So what we're gonna do in today's video, we're gonna set up a new project using Expo. It's going to be like a React Native mobile application. We're going to start small. We're going to start slow with UI rendering. We're going to cover like text, images, icons, inputs, lists. Then we're going to try to reuse some of our code and make them into custom components. So in order to clean the code, then we're going to move into managing data in React, sending it from a component to another with props, managing the state of a component inside it using the React state. Yeah, everything is going to be done using functional components and hooks. So, and the last step will be the GraphQL API integration using Apollo. There I'm gonna show you how you can set up everything, then how to run queries, how to run mutations, how to manage authentication, and so on. So yeah, it's gonna be pretty packed, this video, with content. So grab yourself more coffee and start working together, because that's how you actually learn. From the front-end technologies, we're gonna use React Native with Expo. As I already said, we're gonna write everything in TypeScript, and we're gonna use the modern features of React, such as functional components and hooks. From the libraries, for the GraphQL, we are gonna use Apollo client to communicate to do the queries on the GraphQL, but also Apollo client serves as a global state management because it caches all the data on the client side. And from the other libraries, we're going to use React Navigation to navigate between screens and other small libraries that we will need. If you're new on this channel, hello, my name is Vadim. Welcome here. I'm a full stack developer for over 7 years. And on this channel, I'm trying to share my journey and my knowledge with you guys in form of project-based learning, because I believe that this is the best way to learn new technologies and to stay up to date in our industry. And actually, that's how I learned most of the technologies that I use nowadays at my startup and day-to-day in my work. So yeah, by building projects, not by watching some, I don't know, theory, reading some books, but by actually doing. So if you enjoy what I'm doing here on the channel, don't forget to subscribe to the channel, because yeah, I saw that 98.5% of you haven't subscribed. So that's a tier here. All right. I would like to thank Tascade for sponsoring this video. Yeah, they sponsor this series, and if you haven't seen the first video in this series, Tascade is a cool collaborative project management tool. for mind mapping, for managing tasks, for managing projects, and also it has a video chat integrated in it, so you can talk with your team about the project that you're working directly in Tascade. I think that this is a really cool feature for a project management tool. Tascade is free for individual users and for growing teams. However, for our community, Tascade offers free upgrade to the Pro version. And to do that, you would have to contact them in their contact form and say that the referral code is Vadim Savin, and they will upgrade your account for free. We don't have a referral system yet, but yeah, they're doing a great job, and we are going to use Tascade to manage today's project. I have created the to-do list there, and I'm going to share with you shortly. All right, so from the prerequisites, what do you need? First of all, you will need an environment set up for developing React Native, and that would include Node.js, NPM, Expo CLI, Android or iOS simulator, depending on the system. The application that we're going to build will work both on Android and on iOS. So if you're on Windows or on Linux, you can test it on an Android emulator. I'm going to test it on iOS because it runs a bit faster, the emulator on my system. You'd also need the asset bundle that would include the metadata, images, icons, this PDF presentation with all the links to easily access and follow along. You can get that at assets.nodejs.dev/Tascade. And also the last thing is the Tascade board for our project management, and I will open it here. And yeah, we're gonna get into that shortly. Let me finish the introduction, and then I want to check the chat because I see a lot of people writing there. Okay, so the starting point. This is the second video in our MERN stack tutorial. Yeah, this is the first video there. We developed GraphQL API with Node.js and MongoDB. If you haven't checked that out, I highly recommend start from there, implement the API, and then develop the front end if you want to cover the full stack development of this application. However, if you want to develop only the mobile application, that's also fine. You can clone the API following this URL, and then just go inside Tascade clone/API. That's the folder for our API that we have built in this video. Then install all the dependencies with npm install, then npm start, and then you'd be able to integrate with that API that we have already developed. Other than that, yeah, we are on the same page. We're gonna start from scratch. Okay, hello guys, how are you doing? Hi everybody, hello Sambulo, hello Anish, Evgeny, привет. Hello Rabi. Difference between model create and model save. Yeah, that's a bit not related to the front end, and that's related to the library Mongoose, or how is it called? So we didn't use that. We integrated directly with Mongo. So yeah, let me know maybe in Discord, and I can answer your question. Hello, when you'll refactor the backend from the previous stream? That's a very good question. I didn't. Yeah, this series was planned with 2 videos. For the backend, everything is ready, but I had also in my mind to show you how you can refactor the backend in order to yeah, to separate it in multiple layers and have it everything ready to scale up the application. So I haven't managed to do that previous week because the live stream was 4 hours. And yeah, maybe sometime in future I will do it. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that you will not let me skip that part. You will make me do it. Hello, Daniel. Hello from Botswana. Hello. The cup looks like mine. The biggest cup that we could find. Hello from Moldova. Hello from Kaliningrad. All right, guys. So I think we have a lot of things to do today. Just look at our task list here. Where is it? Yeah, this is the task list for our backend. We have completed almost everything except this refactoring part that we might do someday in future. Now, yeah, here is the front-end part. I have left some URLs for the stack that you'll need for the Expo, React Native, TypeScript, Apollo, the getting started guide of Apollo client, and so on. So you can check them out from here easily. So yeah, this is the task list. This is the plan for today. We're gonna start with setting up the Expo project. Then we're gonna implement the simple like to-do list features, like adding a to-do, checking it, unchecking it, deleting, and so on. Yeah, this is in order to start like slow, everyone to be able to integrate that. Then we're gonna move to the task list, where we will render a list of all the task list or projects, call them as you want. Basically, yeah, the project is based on Tascade, so we're gonna build the task list will look something like this. I also have some screenshots how it looks on mobile. And yeah, inside the task list, that's how we're gonna do it, like with multiple checklists, you'll be able to enter and so on. After that, we're gonna get into the Authentication UI. We're gonna render the login screen, the sign up screen, after which we'll handle all the navigation. And the last step is the most important and most interesting part, is the GraphQL integration. So as you see, we have a lot of things to do here. And yeah, let's get started, and we can chat while everything is building or in between. Okay, so the first step is to set up Expo project. Let's go into the folder of our repository. Hey, come on. Why you're... What's going on with my terminal? Hello? Yeah, it's here. All right, so let's go to live streams, to-do list, and cd Tascade. Yeah, this is the repository that we have built previously in the previous video. The only thing that I have done is to move everything into a separate folder API. So if we open GitHub, you will see it there. Let me check, where is it? I have to clean up a bit my GitHub and add README to the projects. Yeah, here is the Tascade clone. Yeah, here we have API. You can clone it from here if you haven't followed the first video. And besides this API, we're gonna generate the mobile application here to have everything in the same repository, the front end and the back end. So for that, being inside this Tascade folder, I'm gonna do expo init Tascade mobile. From here, let's choose tabs with TypeScript. And this is important because I saw that a lot of people are missing this tab, and then they think that I have already some code that I wrote behind, and you didn't follow. But the only thing that I do is to start from a template, which is tabs with TypeScript. I do that because it saves a lot of time. It has some navigation already installed, and it has some structure, and yeah, it's easier and it's faster to get started. After choosing the template, let's wait a couple of minutes until it generates, and then we're good to go. Can you increase font size a little? Yeah, I have that in the Visual Studio Code, but yeah, let's do here as well. Hope that this is better. Hello from Sri Lanka. Hello. Guinea. Hello, Lamine. Which is the best library for implementing AR in React Native? I haven't worked with AR in React Native. I remember working with AR a couple of years ago, like 3-4 years ago, but I was doing that in Unity, and I was doing it with a plugin called Vuforia, I think, if I'm not mistaken. It was pretty easy to do it. So if they're still around, if they're still good, then check that out. So our project is generated, which means that we can cd there, and here I'm gonna open it in Visual Studio Code. And I can close the terminal already. Okay, here is Visual Studio. Let me check if you can see it. I'm gonna increase the font a bit. And yeah, before we get into the code, I would like to start the development server, so you will see what we have in the beginning. Something like that. Yeah, Expo, when we run yarn start or npm start, if you're using npm, then Expo will start the developer tool, and from here we will be able to run the application, to debug it, see all the logs, and so on. Okay, I'm gonna run it on iOS. You can run it on Android device as well. So let's do that here. Like this. And here is the iPhone. Hope that you can see it well. It's still loading. Hi, I'm a web developer and I want to start React Native soon. I have a question. Can I use any library I want in React Native, like Free.js or P5.js? As far as I know, yeah, I'm not sure exactly this library, what they're doing. I mean, P5 is the processing library. Yeah, most of the libraries that are written in JavaScript, you can use them. Unless the libraries, I don't know, depend on some functionality from the browser. I don't know, the web RTC or some stuff like that that depend on the browser, then it will not work. But libraries like Moment.js that you would use in web, libraries for like formatting, validating, and so on, that works with data, everything will work fine here. Why we use TypeScript rather than JavaScript? And Baraka is answering, TypeScript is a superset of JavaScript. It has advanced features like type checking. Yeah, indeed. TypeScript is a superset of JavaScript. And yeah, we use it just to take advantage of these type checks, because JavaScript is untyped, so you cannot specify like what type of a variable you expect in a function, what type of a variable you expect the function to return. And without these strict rules, initially it seems fine. You think like, oh, like you have flexibility to return any type, you have flexibility to send any type, and in the beginning it sounds fine. But when the project grows and you start having some issues that a library is expecting a number, but you're sending there a string because you're receiving the string from the backend or something like that, and everything starts crashing, and it's pretty tough to debug such problems. So that was an example, like why would you need TypeScript? Because you can catch these errors while you're developing. You don't need even to run. Everything will be cached and type safe. So it's a bit more time up front. When you write them, you need to write the types, you need to define them. That's why sometimes in this live stream I don't have time to define all the types, and I'm moving faster and skipping some types. That's why we have some red warnings. But yeah, this time is like an investment, because in future that's gonna save you a lot of time. All right, so our application has started, and we see it here. It's pretty simple. It has two tabs. Tab 1, we see it here. Tab 2 is there. On your device, the app might be in light mode, and this is because the application will take the preference of the phone. So if your phone has a preference of dark mode, if it's in settings has dark mode, then the app will look as we see here. However, if it's in light mode, it will look different. So I'm gonna assume that your app is in dark mode, because I'm not gonna make it some of the feature, I'm not gonna test them both on light mode and dark mode. So I'm gonna use, like for example, for text, I'm gonna hard code color white without checking if I need to display it in white or dark. So yeah, just be aware of that. If you develop for light mode, you can do that as well, but you'll have to change some colors. Or you can also implement it to be dynamic based on the settings. All right, so we are here. We are here. Let's open our to-do list. First step is done. Set up Expo project. Let me also increase them. Then let's start working on the to-do list features. And when I'm speaking about these features, is exactly what Tascade has. For example, we have a task here. When we press enter, we create a new task. We are able to edit it. Then we are able to check it and uncheck it. Yeah, if we press enter, it creates a new one. If we delete everything and delete the checkbox, it deletes it. So you see this is a very nice UI and UX features, because previously the to-do lists that I remember had a input box at the bottom, and when you type something, you press a button, then they move on the top, and it's not very like integrated. But here, like, you write, you edit, you do everything inside the to-do list itself. So I think that's really cool, and I want to experiment and see how we can do that. There will be some interesting parts, like how can we create a new task list when we press enter, how we can delete them, and so on. So without further ado, let's start working on that. So I'm gonna explain like the project structure a bit later, because yeah, it might be confusing in the beginning. But for now, I'm just gonna open tab 1 screen. Here is the tab1 screen. I don't know why it's so. Yeah, here is the code for our tab1 that we see here on the mobile to the right. What we see here, we see like a container that has all the styles for everything. Then we see the title tab1, which is a text. We see here tab1. If we edit it here and save, we will see the changes right away in our emulator. Then we have a view for the separator and some all of this information that we see here. So we don't need any of this. I will delete it. Tab 1. Do I need that one? The title? Probably. Okay, let's keep it, and then we'll see if we will need it. Yeah, for the align items, I want all the content to start from the top, not in the middle. So I try to delete this one. No, it's the other. It's the justify content center. It's this one. And now everything here is on the top. And for this container, because it's too close to the border, I'm gonna add padding 12. Yeah, something like that. Okay, so let's the first step is to render this to-do list. And what is it formed? What does a to-do list has? Let me open something. Hello. Yeah. So when we look at one to-do list, we see that it is made of two components. On the left, we see a checkbox, and on the right, we see some text. But it's not just a simple text; it's like a text input, so because we can edit this text. Come on, Vadim, speak. So first one is checkbox. On the right, it is text input. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna put this to-do list, to-do item in a view, in a container, to give it some styles if we need. And then we will render here the checkbox, and then the text input. Let's start with the text input. And I'm gonna import the text input from React Native, text input. That's how the component is called. And I'm gonna render it here, text input, like this. So we currently don't see anything because we have to give it some style. I know my my trick to always test if something is displayed is to make background color red. Yeah, we see something there. Now we can say that we want the text input to take the whole row. So I'm gonna give it a flex 1, and it takes it vertically the whole space, because for our view we have to say that the view has the flex direction. We want it to be displayed in a row because the checkbox and text input should be in the same row. So like this. When we save, yeah, the background red, the text input is displayed full row. And when we will add the checkbox, it will make space just enough for the checkbox. Okay, text input, background. If we start typing something there, the text is black, so we will need to change the color to white. So we will be able to see the text. I don't know, should we change the font size a bit because it's really small there. 14, 16. Yeah, something like that. And we can delete the background color. Is that good enough? I have some designs here. So that's how the design of Tascade looks. I think, yeah, we can increase it by a lot. It's still like different phones, and we'll go with 18. Yeah, not more than that, definitely. Okay, we have it here. And the text input, yeah, we have it. So the next step, we're gonna come back to the text input because it's far from done. We will have to manage a lot of things here. We just have some data. We don't save anywhere the information that we write. So we will still have to work there. However, we can go to the checkbox. And for the checkbox, there is a checkbox in React Native, but it depends on some native library. So we're not going to use that because we are on Expo. There is also a checkbox in Expo, but I found that it's not reliable, that one as well. So the easiest thing how to implement a checkbox is just to implement ourselves. So just to render an icon and to change it whenever we click on it. So it's pretty simple to implement that, but for that we will need an icon. So I'm gonna go to Icons Expo, and from here I'm gonna check box, and I think it was in Material Community Icons. We have checkbox blank outline, that's one, and we have checkbox marked outline. We can click on one of them, and this will show you how you can import and how you can use them. We're gonna do that because you already know why. Lazy. And I'm gonna copy this one as well. So let's render it here. Okay. The color will be like this. So in case it is not checked, we will display checkbox blank outline. In case it is checked, we will display checkbox marked outline, like this. So we will need to somehow check this state of our checkbox and display a different name depending on the state of a checkbox. So we can do that here. I don't know. I can say that we can start I can definitely do that here. But imagine that I will need to do these check ifs, render the icons depending on if it's checked or not, everywhere where we will need to use the checkbox. But instead, I want to create a reusable component that I can just say like, okay, render a checkbox and render it as marked. And then all the if statements will be behind the scenes. So it will be much easier to reuse this component. So here I will show you how to create custom components. Let's open our components folder. And inside here, I'm gonna create a new folder. I like to keep all the components inside their own separate folders because usually they have multiple files. The name will be checkbox. And for the checkbox, we're gonna add the index.tsx. Here, I'm gonna generate functional component. So yeah, this is the boilerplate for a new component. And inside here, I can copy these material icons that we have. I will put it here. And I also need to import the material icons in in here. So okay. Our props will be of type, okay, it's not index, but it's checkbox. So let's rename checkbox here. Add the checkbox props. So yeah, this is the TypeScript part where we need to define what props will the checkbox receive. So for that, I'm gonna define an interface called checkbox props, and the first thing I want to receive is checked, right? And that's gonna be Boolean, true or false. We can take the isCheck from props by accessing it props.isChecked. And already our VS Code can suggest us properties because it knows, okay, we have an interface and we're gonna receive this. We can be pretty sure about that. So I will say that the name depends on the isChecked. So I'll have this operation where if isCheck is true, we're gonna set it to marked, and if it's false, we're gonna check it. We're gonna set the name with blank, right? Blank. So here, instead of sending the string, we're gonna send the variable name that we have calculated it here, so to say. Okay, let's save and let's import our checkbox. Import checkbox from components checkbox, and we'll render it here. So when we render the checkbox, we render it as any other components that we have, but you will see that VS Code already says that, okay, checkbox, the property isChecked is missing in type in the properties of the checkbox. So this way, this probably saved us a couple of hours of debugging because we forgot to send somewhere the isChecked to this component. So let's send it to true, and if we send it to false, save, it's there. So you saw how now to render a checkbox, we just call the component checkbox, and we don't care like what's happening behind the scenes. We just give it true or false, and it will render as we need it. One more thing is to handle the clicks of a checkbox. Okay, so the state of a checkbox, whether it's checked or not, should be managed by the component that uses it. For example, in this case, this component, we are using it here. So this component should know if it's true or false, right? But this variable should be kept in state, and we should be able to change it whenever we press on this checkbox. For that reason, we need state, and state helps us to manage the internal data of a component. And yeah, I'm gonna show you how to manage this piece of state. So here from React, we're gonna import React and also use state. This is a hook. It helps us to keep the state in the component. Whenever we change the state, React will render our component, so it will make sure that the component is up to date and uses the last data that we have. We're going to declare it like this, use state, and we're going to send here the default value that we want this to be in the beginning. So in the beginning, the checkbox will be false because it's not going to be it's going to be unchecked. And here useState will return us an array with two items. The first one is the value. The second one is a function that we can call to update the value. So we can destructure this array in this form, like value and set value. This is ES6 syntax, where we say that we want to destructure the array that useState returns, and the first value, the value at position 0, is going to be assigned to value, and the value at position 1 is going to be assigned to set value. So for the isCheck, we're going to send the value. And now, yeah, and if we said that it should be true in the beginning, we see it updated here as true. But we also want to change the value of our checkbox whenever we press on it. So we're going to send one more property to the checkbox. That's going to be a callback function. Basically, we're going to send a function to the checkbox, and the checkbox will call this function whenever it will be pressed. And in this way, we keep all the logic here. The checkbox will just be responsible for calling that function. He'll not know like what the function does. He'll just call it. So we're going to say on press, whenever we press the checkbox, we're going to send an arrow function. And what will we do in the arrow function? We're going to set a new value for our checkbox. And here we will set to true or false, depending on what is the value at the moment. So if the value is true, we're going to set to false. If the value is false, we're going to return to true. We're going to set to true. To do that, we're going to just inverse the value that we already have. So this will do the job. Okay, now we send this function, but we should also receive and call it. So in props, let's define that we're going to also how to define the prop, or like this, void. Is it like this? Probably, we'll see. Okay, so to handle to register a user interaction with the checkbox, like a press interaction, we're gonna replace the view with a component called pressable. And this pressable will be able to register the onPress event. And onPress, we're gonna call the onPress that we receive, like the actual function that is gonna. Okay, so we need to destructure it here. So const onPress is equal to props. We can also destructure the isChecked in the top of a function. So like this, save onPress. Now let's try to press it. It changes the value, and that's how we create a reusable checkbox in React Native. And here we can add text. Okay. Okay, guys. Yeah, let me remove some stuff that we don't need here. What's next step is whenever when the task is too big, we want to have it in multiple lines. For that, we can send to the text input multi-line property. This will say that, okay, this text input can have multiple lines. If we do that, the text will will be rendered in multiple lines. If we want to render the check mark in the middle of the text, we can set a parameter, set a style on the parent view, on the container, and we're gonna say that we should align items in the center. Save. And let's check now. Yeah, like this. So now the check mark is always in the center. Okay, I want to add some space between the text and the checkbox. So I'm gonna add margin right 12 to the text itself, to the text input, right? Will it work? Margin, oh, left, right? Left or right? Right or left? I'm always confused like that. Okay, that's good. What else? For now, I think that's good enough. The next step will be to render a list of these to-do items. Not only one, but multiple, depending on how many we have in our data. Okay, so the first thing that you would want to do, specifically, especially like when you're in the beginning, you would just copy paste this code here 2 times or 3 times or how many times you need it. So yeah, it will work. It will add multiple inputs. You can do it fine. However, yeah, whenever you copy paste code, that's a big no, because we want our code to be dry. This is the concepts, which translates to don't repeat yourself. So whenever you find yourself copy pasting things, think about, can I do this in a separate component and just reuse it? And in our situation, yes, we can. So that's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna copy everything related to our to-do list item. And this is the view, the checkbox, and the text input. So copy it like this. And in the components, I'm gonna create a new folder called to-do item, right? To-do item, new file, and here index.tsx. And I'm gonna generate React Native functional component to do item, and instead of returning this view, I'm gonna return this view. Let's make sure that we import everything that we need. For example, text input checkbox. I'm gonna copy it from here. Text input from React Native. Checkbox from components, but yeah, it's gonna be import checkbox from checkbox. What else? We need the value and set value. Basically, we need the state of our to-do item. Oh, come on. The state, and let's not forget to import the use state here. I'm gonna rename the state to is checked and set is checked. Is checked. Set is checked. Just to make it more visible, I can do it like this. Is checked, right? Okay. Yeah, and in our tab 1 screen here, we can import, instead of importing the checkbox because we don't need it anymore, I'm gonna import that to do item. I'm gonna call it to do item, and I'm gonna render it. So now, if we want multiple to do items, the only thing that we need to do is to render them multiple times, to call them multiple times. And yeah. Okay. I see a comment, use gap if you can. You mean some spacing around the items? Yeah, I was thinking about that right now. So to do that, I'm gonna go to the to-do item, to the view. I'm gonna add some margin vertical 5. Probably is gonna be too much, but no, 3. Yeah, I think I like this. Okay. All right. Now we need to keep track of all the to-do items. We need to keep track of them in in a state, right? In a state, because we're gonna thinking about later. Yeah, we're gonna receive them from backend, and that's why we will need them here. So to do items, or let's call them to-dos. Set to-dos is equal to use state, and in state we can keep primitive values like boolean, integer, numbers, strings, and so on. But we also can keep objects, we also can keep arrays, and so on. So in our case, we're gonna keep an array of to-do items, and the to-do item will be an object containing some values. So I'm gonna add this array, and I'm gonna add the first object. Each to-do item will have an ID. They will have content. Yeah. Buy milk. And they will have also is, I think in the backend we called it is completed. For example, false. And let's add more to-do items here. So I'm gonna copy it like this. ID 2. Is completed false. Okay. ID 3. What do we put first in the bowl, cereals or milk? I'm not a psycho. It's of course milk. Okay, so having some items in the state. Right now we hard coded them. Later on we are gonna query them from our API. Now we can go ahead and render all the to-do items that we have here in state. To render a list of items, we're gonna use the component called flatlist. And here, instead of rendering a to-do item, we're gonna use the flatlist to render all the to-do items that we have. Flatlist expects two required properties. The first one is simple. The first one is data, and the data is, okay, what information should I render? And the data should be an array of some information. Doesn't matter, array of object, array of strings, and so on. In our case, this is our array that we want to render. So we can access it from the to-dos variable. And the second prop that flatlist expects is render item. And the render item, for render item, we have to give a functional component that is gonna be used to render each individual item in our array. So in our case, that's pretty simple. So we want to render a to-do item. So we have 3 here. We expect to see 3 here. Yep, we see 3 check marks here. Let's also give it a style, and the style will be with 100% to take the full size that we have here. All right, that's good. However, if we have some data, we would like to set that data in our to-do item. So in that case, we need to somehow send data from our render item function to the to-do item through props. To do that, render item will be called, the function will be called with an object that will contain the item, and an item will be, one individual item from our array. So we can send it here as to do will be item. Okay, let's go in our to do item and define the properties here. So props will be to do item props interface to do. Gonna copy it. Props will contain a to do, and this is gonna be an object with ID of type string. It will have a content type string, and it will have is completed type string. Okay, so let's destructure this to do item from our properties. I'm gonna do that, I think, even before the use state. So const to do equal props. That's how you do, but also you can do that in line, so you can save some space if we do it right there. So we don't take the props, we take directly the to-do item from the props. Okay. So now we need to somehow move the data from the props that is coming from outside. We need to move it, in our state, which is inside our component. So to do that, I'm gonna use a use effect, and this will allow us to run a function whenever some data changes. So use effect expects the first argument a function, and the second argument is going to be a dependency, and this function is going to be called whenever the dependency array changes. So when do we want to call this function? Whenever the to do item from the props changes. Whenever we receive new data, we want to do something with the data. So first of all, we'll check if to do item, if it's null, which I'm not sure if can happen, but might happen, we can return here. However, if it's not null, we're gonna set is checked to that to do dot is completed. Let's save. Argument of type string node is completed is boolean. Okay, we see the first one as completed because that's how we set it here. And if I will check this one as completed, we will see it updated there as well. Now let's manage the actual value from the text box, because we are not setting that and we are not keeping it anywhere. It's just there. So to do that, we're gonna add a const here for the content of the to do and set content like that. Okay, that's gonna be a use state. Initially is gonna be empty string. We will send the content to our text input to the value. Value will be content, and the function on value on text change, on change text. This is a function that is going to be called every time the text input is going to be changed. So when the text changes in the input, we want to set it directly to our state. And now the single source of truth about the value that we write is our state. If we look back, like nothing changes. However, we have the text here in state. I can where is it? Okay. So in the use effect for the receiving a to-do from props, we will also make sure to set the content that we receive. Set content to do dot content. Okay. And content. Okay, I think that we can do it like this. Now we see buy milk, buy cereal, pour milk, and then add cereals. All right. So we separated everything into components. We're going good. How is it going, guys? Do you find this valuable? If yes, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. It's there. It's free to use. It's free to click. I hope it works. How to set React Native button to full width? Yeah, you can set like width 100%, and it's gonna set it to the whole width of the parent. But make sure your parent is also has like a width, because if it has the parent of the button, if it has width, I don't know, 0 pixels, the button will also have 0 pixels. You can also work with flex 1, but that's in very specific cases. Why don't we pass props directly to the component? Why we want to create an interface? We still pass the props directly to the component. The interface will just specify what the props will look like, because it will work like this as well. So it's gonna work perfectly fine. However, if I don't know, let's say that here in text input, I don't know, here I will do to do content, and yeah, I know that the content is a string, and I want to do to uppercase, or how is it called, to upper, right? Something like that. To uppercase, how is the function called? Yeah, to uppercase. So everything is working fine. However, the next day someone else comes to your team and said that the content is 2. Save, and you get to do content to uppercase is not a function. You see? And this issue can be easily be catched if we do if we define the types of the props using TypeScript, and now we know that content should be string. So here content is string. We can do the same thing. However, if we go to the tab 1 thing, we see a red arrow, we see a red mark here saying that type content string is not assignable to content content string or content number. You see, the value that we had can be string or number, cannot be assigned to the value string. That's why we see the error. And if we will have string, we don't see the red mark, red underscore. That's how it catches error early on in the development. And you can be sure that if you say that you expect in this component to receive a string, you're gonna receive a string. Otherwise, the component will, the project will not build. Okay, hello from Pakistan. Hello. Okay, let me scroll to see what you're asking, guys. Why not make an overview and use array map? You can map through an array and render customly, but flat list is much more optimized. So it has some optimization benefits. If you have like, I don't know, 2 or 3 items, it's fine to map through them and render. If you have if you potentially can have a lot of items in the list, it's better to use a flat list. Okay, for all the people that are just joining. So today we're building a React Native application, a collaborative to-do app, something similar as you see here on the right, where people will be able to manage tasks, to manage a task list, also to manage different projects. And the cool thing about that is the collaborative part, because we will be able to add multiple users to a project, and everyone will be able to collaborate on the same task list. So so far we have managed to create the project in Expo, and we have managed to render a basic task list. Our next step, let's check the to-do list that we have here. So checkbox component is done, to-do item component is done, render list of to-dos, okay, add a new to-do when user presses enter. So yeah, if we have a look here at the Tascade, whenever I press enter, we actually create a new task list. And I think this feature is really cool, and it makes it easy to create these task lists. So that's exactly what we will want to do in our application. So whenever we will press enter, it's not going to be the same item, but it's going to be a new item added. So to do that, what we have to do from from the tab flat list. Here, no, from the to-do item, we should receive from properties, or no, let's keep it like this at the moment. So in the text input, I'm gonna say a property called onSubmit edit. This is gonna be a function on submit. On submit, we can define it here, const on submit console warn, just to make sure that we receive it, ABC. Okay, if I press enter, I see ABC. That's perfect. The only difference is that the logic that should happen is not inside the to-do item, because an item cannot create other items. It's going to be probably somewhere else. So for that reason, we're going to say that, okay, besides the to-do item, this component should receive a onSubmit, which will be a function, or we can say it like this, right? Void. And we can take it here in the to-do item, onSubmit. We will delete the function that we declared here. So we take the function from the props, we give it to the text input onSubmit editing. Now, back in our tab 1 screen, where we use the to-do item, we see the red under, how's it called? The line. Okay. We need here to define a function on item submit, or let's call it something else, create new item. We're gonna receive a position, because we should know like in what position we should create this item. Should it be the second one, the last one, or so on? And that's gonna be at index. Create new item at index, console warn new item at index. So from the to-do, we will send here the property that it expects on submit. This property will call the, it's going to be a function that is going to call the create new item. You know what? I'm gonna try to do some spacing here just to see everything better. Like this. You go here. You go here. Yeah, make sure not to mess with parentheses. Okay, once submit, we'll call a function that will call the create new item, and here we need to send the index, like where should we create it. So the render item, besides the actual item, it also gives us the index of item. So we can take that index and send it here as index. And if we press enter on the second item, we want to add a new item on position 3. So that's why it's index plus 1. Okay, save. So if I'm on the first one, new item at position 1. Yeah, because first one is position 0, index 0. We want to add a new item at position 1. Same things for, yeah, here, new item position 3. Okay, let's try to add a new item. So in our case, later on, in this situation, we'll just submit a request to the server to add this new item. But now, let's just real quickly edit our array from the state. So I'm gonna define a new array, new to-dos, because I don't want to edit them directly. And I'm gonna assign the new to-dos with all the data that is coming from our array here. Then to add a new item at position, we're gonna call new to-dos dot splice. Here it expects at position start, so at index. Then how many items we want to delete? We don't want to delete anything. We just want to add a new item with, I don't know, ID. ID. Let's create a simple auto variable that we're gonna increment. Let ID equal to, is gonna be 4, right? The next one will have ID 4. All of this will be taken care of by the backend, so that's why I'm not trying to go not trying to explain very much everything that I'm doing. So the ID will be the ID there. Oh, come on. ID. The content is going to be nothing initially. And the is completed, also false. And now this new array, false. This new array should be set into our state. Set to-dos, new to-dos. Save. Okay, let's try. So if I go to this one and press enter, it actually creates a new one. If I go here, press enter, it creates a new one, and so on. You see? Yeah, the only issue is that, yeah, it creates a new one, but the focus doesn't jump there. So we still are typing in the previous to-do item. So yeah, if I press here, I still type in the previous one. I should move here. So to fix that, okay, at index we need to define here that it's a number. Okay. Okay, to fix that in to-do item here, we'll say blur on submit, and this will will blur the item whenever we submit. The item will lose focus whenever we submit. So if I press enter, the item loses focus, and then I have to, if I type nothing happens, I have to select a new one, and this is part of a solution. First of all, we need to lose focus of the current item, and we need to set the focus to the newly added item. So to add focus to the newly added item, we can register a use effect on our to-do item. And we can send an empty array to the dependencies, and this will make sure that the function will be called only the first time when component mounts. So here we want to say if we just mount, we want to gain focus. If we're just created on the screen, like get focus on the input, on input. To do that, we need to somehow from this function access the input and call the focus function of that input. So how can we access the input? Using references. How to do that? Of course, with a hook called useRef. We declare the reference on top called, let's say, input will be use reference. Initially, it's going to be null. But in text input, we can say that set the reference to our input, please. And when we do that, now we can go ahead and say input dot current, the current input focus. And one more thing, you know what? The object can be possibly null. So I'm not gonna call this function whenever the component mounts. I'm gonna call it whenever our input reference changes. And also I'm gonna change if input.current is not null, then we're gonna do this. I can call it like this, right? Why do you... Okay, never mind about that. Now let's try to enter here. We add a new item, and it's already focused on that item, because we create the item, we set the reference, and whenever we set the reference, we focus on that item. So if here I press enter, I can write on the next one. I press enter, I can write on the next one, and so on. Let me try to see if everything is still working with keyboard. Where is it? Toggle software keyboard. Will it work? Why you do not show? Command K? No, it doesn't show. I don't know. It doesn't want to toggle the keyboard. All right. I hope it should work with the keyboard as well. All right. So that was intense. I really liked the speed of how everything went. So add a new to do when user presses enter, but we are not done yet, because whenever we, for example, delete everything and we want to delete the whole to-do item, we need to just press backspace and the item should be deleted automatically. So let's implement that. Okay. How to do that? We give another property on the text input, and that is going to be on key press. The on key press, let's call the on key press. On key press, we're going to define this function here, const. This will receive a native event, I guess. Let's console log this event to see what we get. On key press should theoretically be called whenever we press a key, and it should also contain the information about the key. So let's open this one here. Let's press on the iPhone here on the emulator that you have. And let's try to press an element. So I press S, I see here key S. If I press backspace, that's what I see, key backspace. Okay, with that information, we can say if native event dot key is equal to backspace, but not always, because we should still be able to delete characters. We should call the delete item only when there is no text and we press backspace. And the situation will be when native key is backspace and when input is equal to empty string. Only then, right? Not input, but content. Content is empty string. Here we need to delete the item. Again, it's not gonna be the item who, but maybe it's gonna be the item, you know? Let's keep it like this. Delete item, because I don't want to implement it in a way and then with backend to have it completely different way. And I can say console warn delete item. And if I start removing things from here, I don't see anything. However, 1, 2, and if I now press, I see delete item. So in this case, we're gonna call a function that is gonna delete the item. Yeah, I don't think that we need to implement it now because we're gonna do that for the backend. So we can say that we finish this one. And the last one is the title of the to-do list. Okay, the title of the to-do list should also be editable. The to-do list is here. So we will keep the title in a state. Const title set title use state. Initially, let's say that it's nothing. And here, instead of a text, we will render a text input. Text input. Let's make it as a self-closing tag. Can file text input because we need to import it from React Native. Text input. Save. Okay, somewhere there. To get style title. Where is the title? I want to set the background color. That's how backend developers start developing. Okay, it's there. That means that we need to set width to 100%. Save. Okay. Font size 12. Okay, that's actually good. The color of the text should be white, like that. Background color, we'll remove that. And where is the text input? Yeah. Let's set the value with the value that we have in our state. Title here. Title. The on text, on change text. I will always mess that up. We'll set title. What else? Yep. And I will also add a placeholder because like this, it's not visible that there is an actual value there. Yeah. Title. Okay, never mind. Where is VAP? What's going on, guys, there in chat? Everything all right? Everyone? Okay, so we see the placeholder there, and when we start typing, we will see the information. I can also add some margin bottom 12 to add some spacing for it. All right, yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. and we can say that the title of a to-do list is done. All right, so that means that to do like the list of to-do items is finished, and we can, just by pressing enter, we can add more items. If we will use backspace, we will delete them, and so on. All right, that's one more thing that we can do. I cannot test it here. Is to usually when we have a keyboard, the keyboard sometimes goes over on top of the items that we have on the screen. So to prevent that from happening, we can put everything into a keyboard avoiding view, which we can import from here, keyboard avoiding view, right? From React Native. And we will put the what? Yeah, instead of a view, we will say that it's a keyboard avoiding view. Hopefully we didn't mess anything up. I cannot test it because I'm not sure why my keyboard is not, oh, it's visible. So if I add more things here, it should somehow scroll. Keyboard avoiding view. Okay, with keyboard avoiding view, it's always keyboard avoiding view. We need to set it differently for Android and iOS, so that's why I always struggle with this keyboard avoiding view until I get it working, and I never understand, like, okay, it works, but why? I don't know. I think this the example from here, for example, keyboard avoiding view, and with the behavior. So the behavior, if it's on iOS, it should be padding. On Android, it should be hide. Not sure if that's the proper way to do it, but let's try it. Behavior. And let's not forget to import the platform from as well React Native. Okay, like this. And now, will you work? Still doesn't work. I was playing with, maybe let's try hide on both. Come on. Container flex 1. My container has flex 1. Height, position, and padding. Let's try all of them. Behavior. Position. Please work. It somehow works. But I don't know what happened with everything else. Don't like it. I don't like it. Where are you? Yeah, maybe it should have the view with these styles here. And for the keyboard avoiding view, we can say only flex 1. Put everything into this view. Save. Now. No. Padding. Okay. And I think I was adding extra paddings to this view. because of that. Where vertical offset. I think I was adding this vertical offset, and it was probably also only on iOS. I don't know, 100. And now, no. Help, send help, guys. Yep, something is working there or no? Yeah. I see it already. 150, and the app is done. And okay, like this. What if we do not have a blur on submit? Because will it still work? No, it doesn't. We need blur on submit. Yeah, something like that. I really don't want to spend a lot of time with this keyboard avoiding view because it can be. But I already like see the last parts here, so I can edit it. And if I toggle the keyboard, yeah, I was able to see it there. 40 keyboard vertical offset. In my case, 130 or 120 was okay. I'm not sure why, but I'm gonna leave it like this. Okay. The next step is task list item component. That's gonna be a list that will display all the projects that we have. For example, here in Tascade, we see the task list that we developed in our application. We see it here as well. However, if we go back, we will see a list of projects. So here is a list of projects, and each project has a title. It has a start date, for example, a few seconds ago, 2 hours ago, and so on. And it also has a progress bar. That's what we are gonna try to render right now. So let's go back to our thing. I'm thinking now that we have so much stuff to do in this build. So we gotta hurry. Where should I create this logic? But before that, let me just do git add, git commit, but not from here, from the root folder. So git add, git what? Tascade mobile is okay. Let's not waste time on that. I'm gonna do that at the end. So guys, I see a lot of new people here. Didn't manage to check a lot of the chat, but we can stay sometime at the end of the video. We can discuss. If you have any questions, I can help you. But today, yeah, we are pretty packed. We still have a lot of things to implement, and also the integration with the backend, which will be massive. So yeah, if you're just joining and don't know what we're building here, today we're building to-do list application in React Native, but it's not going to be just a simple to-do application. It's going to be like a collaborative to-do application, something similar to Tascade or to Notion, if you know about that, or what other tools are there. So basically, it's going to be a tool like this with task list. And also you'll be able to add members to the task list, so you can collaborate on the same task list together. We have finished building the page for the task list. Here we can see we can add new tasks by simply writing them down here. Did I change it back to what I needed? Let me try to restart it. Now we're gonna render the list of projects that we have, and then we're gonna have to integrate implement the UI of the login screens. Oh my god, I'm so scared. God. Okay, let me put it back on. Like this. Okay. That woke me up. So, yeah, as I was saying, let's get back to work and implement the next step, which will be this list of projects. Okay, I'm gonna implement them in the, I don't know, tab 2 screens, just because it's there, so we can delete the two views. The title, should we leave a title? Let's go to the tab 2, title. Okay, let's leave a title as, or no, we don't actually need them, the title. Okay, I will remove the styles here. All right. If enter creates new to-do, does multi-line to-do still work? Yes, it still works, but on enter, it's not gonna go on the new line. So it will work only if you write like a lot of text here. But when you press enter, it's just gonna move to a new task list. So that's how yeah, the other apps that I'm using as well work. So let's start with rendering here a project or a task list. Task list. I called it task list in backend, but now it's so confusing, like task list of tasks. So I'm gonna call them project. That's gonna be a view. It's gonna have what? Like an icon here, then a title, the time, and the progress bar. I'm not gonna go spend time with these tags here because that is gonna take me a lot of time. So I'm gonna go with a view for the icon. The icon is gonna be something like document. Let's try to search it here. Document file very simple file, come on, something. I'll try to find, the perfect one. Material community icons file outline. Yeah, that's fine. Let's import material community icons. This is gonna be on your playlist. What do you mean? Yeah, it's gonna be deployed. It's gonna be published on my channel. So if that's what you asked. Here, the material icons, the color will be gray. Yep, like that. View style. It's gonna be styles dot icon container. We're gonna do that in a moment. The next one is gonna be the text for the title. Then the text for the time, 2 days ago, or yeah, like this. Time, and to the right is going to be the progress bar. So you know what, I'm going to keep it simple, and we're going to implement the progress bar only if we have time, because I'm worried that we are behind. Icon container, what else, title, and the time. And also the, let's say, root, and that's gonna be our root, the view that contains everything. We need to set some styles there. Dot root. And the root, first of all, should be flex direction row. Come on, row. Flex width 100% to take out the whole space of a screen, and justify content. Not yet. Justify content is all right. Icon container with 20, height 20, background color, I don't know, dark gray. No, I don't like it. It should be almost black, so it's 0, 0, 0. I had a cool color picker in WebStorm. Color picker. Come on. Okay, something like this. Then to align the icon in the center. 20 is too little. 30. Justify content center. Align items center. Items center, and border radius. 10 to make them 10 is too much. 5. And I would go with even 40. Something like that. Yeah, that's fine. Let's not spend a lot of time. Okay, for the root, that's gonna have some padding. 10 to give them some space. Okay, icon container, margin right. That's 10, right? Margin right. Okay. Title, font size 20. Okay, that's okay. Time should have color dark gray. Okay, like that. and they should be centered. So I'm gonna add them into a view with some inline styles because I want to move faster. So to make them in the same line, flex direction row, and also align items center. Flex direction row, align item center. That's good. And title some margin as well. Five will be enough. Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty okay with that. We can always come back and adjust it. Yeah. So now we have everything here. But now let's move it to its own component, because we will need to reuse it to render multiple projects that we have in a flat list. So in the components, let's create a new folder, project item. Project item will have an index.tsx. Let's generate functional component. Project item, and let's copy everything that we have here about a project. We'll leave only the view. Project here. Okay, what's your problem? Styles. It doesn't have styles. We can copy them from here. Add them here. I usually also separate the styles in a separate file. So let's just do that here. We will create the styles file just to have them in separate files. The styles and everything else. And in the styles file, we need to import the style sheet here. We define them, and at the end we export default styles. We export them because we need to import them in our index as this. Import styles from dot styles, like that. So material community icons, let's get this here. What else? Yeah, I think that's it, right? Okay, so in the tab 2 screen, I'm gonna delete what we don't need, and I'm gonna import task list item from components and project item it's called. And here we can project item, render it like this. And if I duplicate it, I'm not sure why title, it has title. What's happening? Oh, the text there was from the themed. Okay. But I can just go to the styles, and for the title, say that the color is white. Like this. Okay, so we render them, but now we need to send the data that it needs to render through props. So the props will be project item props, and let's define the interface to define like what types we expect here. We will expect a project or a task list that will have an ID string. It will have What else does it have? ID, title, string, and created at also a string. Okay, props. Let's destructure it right away here, the project, and replace the hard-coded title with the project dot title. The time we will need to do something with it here, because in the database we will receive it from the database, not very human friendly. So let's, at the moment I'll just do like this, save, move to the tab 2, and define is not an object, project title. Yeah, because we did not send any data here. Data. Okay, we need to have a list of projects saved in the state of this function. So let's say projects and set projects is equal use state. Initially it's gonna be, it's gonna be an array of projects. Let's not forget to import the use state from React. And what projects we will have? Let's say ID 1, title, project 1. What else does it have? Created at, I forgot. Now it's gonna be 2 days, but in the backend it's gonna be like an actual date. So let me try to add 2 more. ID 2, 3, 2, 3. And here, because we have to render a list of projects, we're gonna import flat list from React Native, and we're gonna use it to render this list. Flat list. The data is the project, and the render item is the item that we want to render. So in our case, we'll destructure the item, and we're gonna say that we want to render a project item and send there the project that we receive from the render item function. Save. Now if we go to tab 2, project 1, project 2, project 3, that's perfect. Let's just add a style to our flat list and save it. It should be with 100%, like that. Project 1, project 2, project 3. That's really nice. Okay, what else? We will also need to register clicks on our projects. And for that reason, we need to replace the root view of a project item with a pressable in order to detect whenever the user clicks on this item. Pressable. Just replace it because it's the same view, and we can say on press. On press. We can define that, not here, but here, const on press. And we're gonna implement the navigation later, but we want to open project. Okay, project title. If we press on project 3, open project 3, open project 2, project 1. That means that we get the user interaction correctly. Okay, that's where is it? task list item component, human readable date using moment.js, progress bar. Okay, I think that we will come back to this if we have time at the end. List of task list. That's done, because I really want to manage to do the GraphQL integration in this video. And as you see here, like how many items we have on the list. So stay till the end and let's get going. All right, so thank you very much, Fars, for the donation. I really appreciate your support. Do you have any questions? Thanks for your great teachings. Thank you very much for watching and for appreciating my work. VS Code has color picker extension, I guess. Yep, it should have. VS Code has every extension possible, so I always forget to install it. I'm a person that installs and set up everything whenever I start using a technology, and then I can go like years without ever touching the settings because I'm that lazy. In a way. Service desk is saying, Vadim, you are the best. I learned a lot from you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Bro, you are using TSX, but you're not defining types. Will you define types later? I'm defining types in most cases. Sometimes I forget to do that. That's on me. But yeah, in most of the cases, I define the types. Can we run the application on browser too? Yes, you should be able to run the application on browser as well. In my case, it was reloading pretty slow, so that's why I'm testing it on emulator. Please use a multi-vendor e-commerce app. Okay, I hear you. I hear you. I can't promise multi-vendor, but e-commerce app is definitely coming, and it's coming pretty soon. So, what do you say? We are live for 2 hours. Okay, let's go. Next step is to define the authentication screens, the login screen, and the sign up screen. Login and sign up. Or should we do first the navigation? Let's clear the navigation first, because we should touch it. We cannot ignore it anymore. So let's set up the navigation structure that we will need. And let's have a look at what we already have here in navigation. Okay, let's open the navigation folder. And here we have 2 files that we will focus on. The index navigation contains the root navigator with a navigation container, with all the settings, with and also with the root navigator. And the root navigator will contain top level routes. I don't know, in this case it contains a bottom tab navigator, which will render this bottom tab navigator. We're gonna get into that a bit later. And also it renders a not found screen, but we can also render here, and I think that's what we're gonna do. We don't actually need the bottom tab navigator. So we can do here home, which will render the component, which will render the screens, the tab to screen, but I want to rename the tab to screen to project screen. Let's do that. Where is it? The screens. I will rename it here as well. From tab 2 to projects. I will rename also the tab 1 to that was projects, but this one is a page of a project. I don't know if that makes sense. Or to do screen, something like that. Okay. I'm pretty sure you can find better names. To-do screen. Okay, with this being renamed, yes. We can come here, and for the home page, we're gonna render the projects screen. Okay, let's add also to the root navigator the to do screen. It's a bit misleading because it's project page. Okay. To do screen. Yes, and we will not need the bottom tab navigator at all, right? Yeah. But we will need to show the header. So header shown true, or we can even delete it from here. Save. Okay, save. Let's try to refresh and see if we how many things we messed. Okay, reload. Make sure your bundle is packaged correctly. What did I do? I see a TypeScript error. I was gonna fix it later, but here it says that we cannot have a home in our root navigator. And let's fix that by opening the types in the root folder. There is a types. And here we see a root stack param list. So we have root not found, but we also will have the home. Why are you so slow? And also we will have, how is it called? Come on, please. Work. You're very slow. And we will not have a root at all. Back here. Save, reload. What's wrong with you? Let's check the from screens. Is none of these files exists. Okay, let me check the import. I think it's something with the import. Screens. Projects screen. To do screen. Hello. Let's try to rerun it on emulator. Very slow. Okay, let's rerun the server. Yarn start. Come on. Will you run? navigation first. Come on, that's not the time to to be slow. It's really not the time. Localhost 19002. Oh boy. Okay, let's try to run it again on emulator. What can I close to make it faster? I need everything. How to run app on browser? What would the URL be? You go to the Expo and press here run in web browser, and that will do the job for you. So we're back. We see the home. We don't see the bottom tab bar, which is good. So now whenever we press on a project, now we can actually navigate, because we can do to do screen here, and we can navigate there. So let's open components. Let's open the project item index, and here on press, we need to navigate. And to do that, we will import use navigation from React Native React navigation. Oh, come on. React navigation native. With the help of this hook, we can take we can get a reference to the navigation equal use navigation, like this. So with this navigation, we can easily say navigation.navigate, and here we'll say like where we want to navigate to do screen, but we also can send parameters as the second option. And in this case, we're going to send like, okay, move to the to-do screen, but the ID of a project will be project.id. We're going to use it later. So now if I press on the project, I see it there. I can go back. I can open another project and so on. So that's how we move from a project to another. Okay, that's good. Okay, what else? In the bottom tab navigator, I think we can delete this bottom tab navigator. Delete, move to trash, and we'll have only the index, home, to do, and so on. All right. What do we need to do? Let's create the login screen. So that's gonna be login screen or sign in screen. Let's sign in screen .tsx. React Native functional component, sign in screen. Okay, that's good. And I'm gonna import it in our navigation, same way as we do here. It's gonna be sign in screen, and sign. I'm gonna put it as the first route because I want this to be rendered by default. So let me put it here, and then I'll move it back. So if I refresh, I should see that sign in screen. Come on, refresh. You might want to check your internet connectivity. How is the quality of a stream, by the way? Yeah, I see it here, sign in screen. Okay, I can also give like options, and I can give a title, sign in, save. Now the title is better. Okay, back in our sign-in screen, let's real quickly implement everything. So we will need two state variables, const email, set email, use state empty string. Okay, the same thing for the password. Password, set password. Okay. Const on submit. We will do the logic here. Submit. Okay, and here we will need, let's import what we will need, use state. We will need text input, and we will need a pressable for the sign in button and text. Yeah, I think we're good. All right, we have some designs there, but like this, but we are gonna try to keep it as simple as possible. So first thing, we're gonna have a text input for the email. For that reason, the placeholder will be email, or yeah, something like, as an example, the value will be the email from our state. Set, on change text, we will call the set email to update it in the state. Some styles we're gonna add a bit later. Okay, first text input. Let's do the second one. Password value. Password, set password. And how is it to display them hidden, or anyone from the chat, how do you display the password with dots? Some secure, right? Secure text entry, yeah, like this. Okay, style, color, white, font size, I don't know, 18, width 100%. Yep, margins. Margin what? Vertical will be 10. This view as the parent will have some padding. Padding 20. Margin vertical, I can go with even high, like 25, something like this. Let's do the same for the password. And we can type it. Okay, that's fine, that's fine. I'm pretty okay with that. And we will have a pressable. Inside the pressable, it's going to be a text. Sign in. The pressable on press we will call the onSubmit function that we declare on top. It's gonna have some styles. Style, background color, something like this. I don't know. Color picker. Oh God, it's gonna be so hard to take this color. More on the red side. Okay, background color is gonna be this one. What else does it need? It needs to be full screen. Yeah, it is. It needs a height of 100. Too much. 50. It needs some border radius. 10. Okay, 5 enough. It needs align items center, justify content center. Okay, and the text will need some style as well. Oh, what's happening? Style. And font size 18. Sign in. Perfect. And also font weight bold. I like it. Okay. Margin top 30. Okay. We have a sign-in page. It will also need a pressable here to go to the sign already have an account. Sign. Oh, you don't have an account. New here. Sign up. And I'm gonna do the color of the text. This one. And the pressable will not have any styles. No, it's not gonna be. Yeah, like this is perfect. New here, sign up, and the on press is gonna do navigation dot. We'll need to import it. Dot navigate sign up, right? We don't have it yet here. Sign. But that's how it's gonna be called. Sign up. Let's import the navigation. Import use navigation from React Native. And okay, it's not gonna navigate because we don't have anything there yet, but we can actually duplicate this screen. Sign in screen, copy, rename, sign up screen. And here we'll have, okay, input, email, What do we have for the... I think also a name we have. Not sign in, sign up. This one. Sign up. Yeah, besides the email, I think that we have a name. Let me check. YouTube videos. No. Let's check the API source index. And where is it? Sign up mutation, email, password, name. Okay. The name. We can add the name here. Name, set name. And I'll be able to copy paste the email here. Name. Actually, probably it's gonna be the first one, right? Usually the name and then email with a password. So for the value, let's change it to name. Set name. For the pressable, already have an account, sign in, and we're gonna navigate to sign in. Save. So let's include it in our navigation. I'll duplicate the sign in screen, sign up, and in our stack here, stack navigator, I'm gonna add the stack, the screen for the sign out with a component. Not sign out, sign up. Did I mess it up there as well? Sign up. Yes, sign up and sign up. Sign up. Okay, so why it's not closed? To fix this issue with the TypeScript for the names, let's open the types and add them here. So besides the to-do screen, home, we will have a sign in, and we will have a sign up. Okay, let's try to press on the new here, sign up. With payload was not handled by anything. Where do we navigate there? So in the sign in screen, we navigate to sign up. Let me try to refresh. Can't find variable sign in screen. Sign in. Export default. Okay, I know. In the sign up screen, we still are trying to export the sign in. We need sign up. And here, what's happening here? Use navigation. What? Yeah, new here. Let's press. Nothing happens. Okay, let's try to see what's happening. But not here, but in the sign in screen. Let's do a console warn navigate. Navigation, navigate, sign up. What's going on? One press, pressable. Pressable. Why you do not do anything? Submit. Sign in. Pressable. On press. Do I have a typo? Where I'm importing pressable React Native. What's going on? On press. Pressable. Hey, come on. What's up? If I'd have a pressable without any pressable on press, without any styles, maybe it's because of styles. On press, console, warn. And here a simple text. Hello. Not sure. Yeah, it's there. Oh, submit works as well. Okay. I don't know why it started working. So if something is not working, just do nothing, try to restart, and then yeah, from sign in, we can press new here, sign up. We go to the sign up page. Here we can add the name, email, password. The button will probably be sign up. Sign. But that's not very important. Sign up. And also it asks you already have an account, sign in, and then we can go back to the sign in page. All right, we have authentication screens ready, which means that we have a navigation ready. Navigate from two screens. We don't have a splash screen yet. We have authentication, login screen, sign up screen. Okay. We have a lot of things here. Splash screen. So we need to define a splash screen that is going to be the first screen that the app will open at. And the splash screen will have a logic that will check if a user is authenticated. Then it's going to show the home screen. Otherwise, it's going to be redirected to the sign-in screen. So let's define the splash screen real quick here. In the screens, new file, splash screen, tsx, functional, React Native, functional component, splash screen, view. I think that React Native has activity indicator, activity indicator, just to show a loading thing. Activity indicator. And let's add it to our navigation as the first component there. Splash screen. We import it and we'll add it as the first one here. Splash screen. We can also say header shown false, not to display any headers there. False. False. Save. A navigator cannot contain multiple screens. Splash. Splash. Okay, it's here. Not sure what's going on with an activity indicator. Maybe it's black, and I can, if I do background color white, what's gonna happen? Okay, if I do flex 1, justify center. Oh, it's there. So I can remove a background color from here, and we see here the loading screen. That's good. So whenever we mount this component, we need to do the logic to check if user is logged in. So use effect to run this whenever the component mounts. We're gonna have a function const is authenticated that will return a boolean. So initially we're gonna return true. We will need the navigation. Use navigation. Const navigation equal use navigation. So here in the use effect, we'll check if is authenticated. Then we're gonna do navigation.navigate home. Otherwise, we're gonna do navigate sign in. Save. We are home, and if I return false here, we are in the sign in. So the splash screen will be the entry point in our application, and here we will have a logic to check where should we redirect. If user is authenticated, we're gonna redirect to the home screen, otherwise to the sign-in screen. And the logic about is authenticated, we're gonna implement a bit later. So splash screen, done. Navigation, done. Authentication, done. Okay, the next step is the interesting part. So we are 2.5 hours in. Okay, I think we can do it. Yeah, this is the most interesting part. We're gonna integrate our React Native application with a backend that we developed previous week, and that's a GraphQL API. And we're gonna do that with Apollo client. I'm using Apollo client at my startup, so it's really nice library to query GraphQL server and to also use it as a global state management because of its caching capabilities. And yeah, if done right, it really helps a lot, and it really makes your application very reactive to the data that is in your backend. So I didn't integrate the Apollo in any builds yet on my channel. So that's why I'm pretty excited about this one. Does that come with React? Which one? Someone told me you're making a ToDo app in React Native. I am proud of you. Thank you very much. You are welcome here. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel. Okay, so the first step is to install the Apollo client. To install the Apollo client, we can follow the getting started guide that you can access on this URL. So let's open Apollo client here, and we will need to install two libraries, Apollo client and GraphQL. So I'm gonna copy. If you are using NPM, you can go with NPM. I will do it with yarn add Apollo client and GraphQL. Yep. And also we need to run our API server. So I'm gonna open a terminal here. I'm gonna go to our project and cd Tascade. And here in Tascade, we have Tascade Mobile and API folder. So go in the API if you pull the repository, or go in the directory of the API that you developed previous week together with me. And from here, I can run yarn start the React navigation. React navigation doesn't come with React. It's a separate library. We didn't have to install it because it was already pre-installed in the template project that we used from Expo. Our backend server is running, so it's running at localhost port 4000. If I open it here, let's remember what we have here. Oh, we have a lot. It saved all the task list. Oh, that's pretty nice. Okay, if we look here, we will probably start with the sign up. So sign up, we have a sign up mutation where we pass email, password, and so on. Then we have a sign in mutation, creating a task list, creating a new task list based on the title, then receiving all my task lists that I'm assigned to, updating, deleting, adding user, creating a to-do item, updating a to-do item, and so on. So we have all the functionality ready in our backend. But more on that a bit later, because the first thing we need to do is to set up Apollo on our in our application. So the first thing will be to create a client that will be used to communicate with our backend. So to do that, we will import Apollo client and in-memory cache. I could do that in app.tsx here, but I think that I'll separate it in a separate file so you see everything that is related to Apollo in a single place, and it's going to be a bit easier for you. For that reasons, in the where, let's create here a file called apollo.tsx. Okay, apollo.tsx. We'll import Apollo client and in-memory cache, and then we're gonna define the client. So the client has a URI. We can do it, I don't know, here, const, just to have it globally. The URI will be the URI of our GraphQL, which is localhost in this case. And I think we need to also add GraphQL Advanced, but we'll see. I'm not sure why it's not here and it's still working. Maybe it works without GraphQL Advanced as well. So let's replace this URI with our URI. And the cache, new in-memory cache, just specifies what caching methods it should use behind the scenes. So it's a pretty complex things at the moment. Just ignore these slides, and yeah, just for you to understand, it's how Apollo will manage the cache. And here in memory cache, will manage all the data in memory cache on the device. So there are more strategies, but in memory cache is something standard that you can use. And from here, let's export. No, let's actually export the here. Export const client. Okay, and let's go back to our app.tsx. And here we will import the client from our Apollo file that we just created. We will also have to import a component called Apollo Provider. Apollo Provider from our Apollo client. And this provider is how we set a client in our application. So we will add the Apollo provider somewhere on the top of our tree of elements, and all the elements inside the Apollo provider will be able to access the client and will be able to do the queries, mutations, and so on. That's why we added here in our app.tsx, and we put everything inside of Apollo provider. And now our navigation will contain all the screens, and the screens will be able to access the client from the provider. Let's save and hope that it will work. Refreshing. Yeah, it's still there. It's still there. Okay, the next step. I'm thinking like how not to confuse you and not to scare you very much. So going back here. Okay, we installed Apollo client. We set up Apollo client. Now, should we run the mutations? Whenever we create an account, we should send a sign up mutation that we can see here with email, password, and name to the backend in order to create a new account and to receive a token and the information about the user, basically to save a user in the database. Okay, let's start with this one. And for that reason, yeah, let me close everything and open the screens. Screens, where is it? Sign up screen. Yeah, to run a mutation, first of all, we need to import the, you can guess what? We need to import the use mutation hook from Apollo client. So we will import use mutation from Apollo client. Then we will need to define the GraphQL query that we need to run. So the GraphQL query we will copy from here that we developed that time mutation. Yeah, that's fine. So we're gonna call it sign up mutation is equal to yeah, we'll need also the GraphQL. So from Apollo client, let's import the GraphQL. GraphQL is a tag that allows us to write GraphQL queries inside our code here using this syntax. So GraphQL, then the this template strings ticks, and then inside here we can write our mutation sign up, and yeah, everything that we had there. I will after the live stream, I will add the text of these mutations in a file, and I will add them to the asset bundle that you will be able to get on assets.nodejsdev.tascade. So not to copy paste everything that I'm writing here, all the actual mutations, you'll be able to download it from here. Just not to forget to add them there. If it's not there, write me a comment down below and I will do it. Okay. Then, with the help of the use mutation and with the code for our mutation, we can define it and run whenever we need it. Let's add it here. So const, we'll do something with it, then use mutation. Okay, so mutation. I would like to explain you like the structure of a mutation. Okay, the use mutation will receive a GraphQL query, which is this one, and the use mutation will return an array with two parameters. The mutation at parameter at position 0 is gonna be a function to trigger the mutation, like this. Yeah, at position 0 is gonna be a function that when called will trigger the actual mutation, and on position 2, mutation at position 1 will be the result object that we get back when we receive an answer from a server, and this object will have data that will specify all the data that we receive back, for example, token. And if I show it here, and if I run it, yeah, this is the data. You see, data. So it will contain a data. It will contain an error, and it will contain a property loading that will specify if we are waiting for a response, like if we send the request and we are waiting for a response. So using this loading property, we will be able to show like loading indicators, stuff like that. So I'm gonna add it here, and yeah, I explained like everything, the structure of the return object from use mutation here, and now knowing that, we can use some ES-syncs to destructure it smartly. So we will destructure, first one is an array, and the first element is a function to trigger the mutation. So it's going to be called sign up. And the second one is an object. So we'll destructure the object. It's going to have data, it's going to have error, and it's going to have loading. What can we do with this loading? Loading, we can say that if it's loading the pressable, we can do it like this. So if it's loading, we will show an activity indicator here. We'll show loading part. And we can disable the pressable. Does it have a disabled? Yeah, disabled. Will disable if we are loading, not to send a lot of requests to the server. Okay, with loading is clear. With the data, so let's initially just console log data. Let's console log error, and now we need to trigger the mutation in the sign up here. So we're gonna do that in our onSubmit function. So sign up, but here we need to send some variables. So variables will be the variables that we were sending here through query variables. The variables that we have defined in our mutation function. A name, email, and password. So we can do that easily by saying name, email, and password. Password. Yeah, this is a simplified version of name is equal to name, email is equal to email, password is a password. So just by doing this, it's easier. Let's save. Let's go to the sign up screen. And here, let's say, application. And password 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. sign up. You saw the loading indicator there. And we need to check the logs. But why the loading indicator was, yeah, it shouldn't be here. It should actually be in the sign up here. And we can say just flags direction. Why I am so perfectionist? Flags direction row. So application, yeah, let's try one more. A sign up. You see here the loading screen. Then we receive something back. But what do we receive back? Let's check it out here. Let's open device, and we see undefined, and this is probably for the error, because the error is undefined. And here we see the object for the data. So object.signup gave us a token and a user, which means that we saved the user correctly to the database, and we will be able to sign in with it later. Yep. Do you have any questions here, guys? Because what I can say is, what else do we need to do here? So we can say if error, then do, I don't know, alert, error signing up, try again. And we can import the alert from the React Native. Okay. And if data, that means that we successfully sign in, then we can, I don't know, save token and redirect home. The redirect home is pretty straightforward. Navigate home. So if we go to sign up, add something here. Sign up, we are home. The part with saving the token to the storage. So we receive back the token here. If we check somewhere, we received it. Yeah, received the token. We receive a token back from the data. What can we do with it? We can save it to async storage, which is the storage on the user's device. And then we will use this token to sign all the requests that we will make. So let's import async storage from React Native. Async storage. Oh, it has been moved to React Native community async storage. Okay, let's install it. Yarn add React Native community async storage. Is it like this? Async storage from React Native community. Async storage. So in the saving token, async storage dot put put item, I think. Let's just double check it. I think storage React Native. Oh, not that one. React Native. The community one. Where is it? Community packages. Oh, come on. Where is the library? Should I use this one? React Native async storage. Okay, let's add it. A new one. And oh, but with Expo, I think it's the same. I hope. And then usage. Let's import it. And it's set item. Yeah, set item. Sync storage, set item. The item will be token. The token will be data dot sign up dot token. And we can say when this finishes, then we want to navigate home. We want to wait until the save. So let's try now. Okay, it still works, but now we can in the splash screen. Where is our splash screen? We can check if it's authenticated. We can read the data from async storage, and yep. And if we have a token there, we suppose that the user is authenticated. Otherwise, it's not authenticated. Yeah, let's do it here. Const token equal await async storage dot get item. The name of item is token. We can actually return it, or return true or false. If token exists, we'll return true. If token does not exist, we'll return false. Boolean. Bool. Come on. So here we will need to also await, which means that we need to put all of this inside a function, inside an async function. Async function, and then call it right away. Is it like this? No, I'm not gonna confuse you. Const check user is gonna be async. We put everything there and we just call check user. If we save, now whenever I refresh the page, come on, we are redirected to the home screen because we already have a token in async storage. Okay, now we will probably need the sign out function. I don't know where to put it just for you to just to show how we can remove from async storage. But you know what? Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna just do remove item manually. Remove item token, and this will remove the item, and we are back to sign in page. So make sure to comment out this one because you want to remove icon whenever you want to log out. So let's implement the same thing, the same mutation in the sign-in screen. So Yash is asking, can we create TypeScript types from GraphQL schema? Yes, we can. I'm pretty sure we can, but I would have to check that out to properly explain that to you how to do that. Explain use mutation. So use mutation is just a hook that allows us to call a mutation on our GraphQL server. And a mutation is an operation in GraphQL that helps us, that we need whenever we want to, I don't know, update some data, create some data. It's like a post request in REST API. So with use request, with use mutation, we just define this mutation that we can call later on whenever we press on a button. And this mutation will send the request to the server, will get back the data or the error, will cache this data behind the scenes. And then we are able to do our logic behind after that. So yeah, I hope that after implementing some more mutations, it's gonna be pretty self-explanatory. But for now, I'm gonna implement this sign-in page, sign-in screen here. It's gonna be a mutation, sign in, use mutation. Let's get the use mutation from here and GraphQL. We will need the sign in GraphQL mutation. Sign in GraphQL mutation. Let's take it from here. Sign in. Let's copy. Yeah, I'm gonna add this to the dummy data, to the asset bundle. Okay, let's replace it in the use mutation. Okay, and on submit, we will again call the sign in. We're gonna give variables there, and our mutation expects these variables: email, which is a string, and password, which is a string. So email and password. Let's do the same checks here. If error, if data, and so on. Sign in. If error, error signing, or we can even say invalid credentials. Try again. We need to import the alert and also the async storage. Async storage from here. Sync storage. And yeah, again, we can disable the button if it's loading, and we can display something whenever we are loading. So I'm gonna try some dummy data here. It's gonna say invalid credentials. Try again. However, if I'm gonna use an actual account, okay. We still have an error here. We can do this in a use effect, because right now whenever we change something, the error is still there and it alerts us every time. So when I press something, it shows. So I can do that in a use effect. That is gonna be called only when the error actually changes, not always. And there we can do the alerting. Save. I don't have use effect here. Let's import. And now, yeah, if I do some random things, I press sign in, I see error, but whenever I change data here, I don't see it anymore. So I think I have an account with vadim, not just .dev, and here password, sign in. No, it's invalid. Sign in, query variables. Oh, it's admin. And it's dev. Sign in. And if n is not an object, evaluating data sign up. Oh yeah, it's not data sign up, but data sign in token. Okay, let's try again. Admin, and let's call the function, and we successfully sign in. So right now, if I refresh, I should go to the home screen directly without going to the login screen. All right, so yeah, that's some basic mutations and GraphQL interaction using Apollo in React Native. Yeah, until now we handled the public mutations, the public endpoints, because for this sign in and sign up, we shouldn't be logged in to do them. And we don't need the authorization header, the token, we don't need anything. Anyone can sign in and anyone can sign up. For the rest of them, they are protected routes, they are protected mutation and queries. And we actually need the authorization token, because if we don't have it, if I delete it or provide the invalid one, and if I run, yeah, invalid token, or yeah, if I don't have it at all, then okay, it's an error. So for every other mutation, we will need to provide an authorization token, unknown argument input. Yeah, let me get a proper authorization token here, and I can set it here. Save, run. Come on, you should be able. Server cannot be reached. Okay, maybe it crashed my server, most probably. Insert menu. No, it should be able to. Now? Oh, it's here. Yeah, I was using another mutation, an old one. yeah, right now with the new token, it's able to do that. So in our case, we receive our token whenever we sign up and sign in. We save it to async storage, but now we need to take the token from async storage and add it to the headers for all our queries that we will do next. So if I go to collaboration here, sign up mutation, sign in mutation. Yeah, this is Apollo authentication, and we need to add the token to the header for all queries that, where we know the token. To do that, you can access the authentication part of Apollo GraphQL here. We have a doc. You can do that with cookie, but that's not for mobile. That's for websites, for React, and you can do that with header. That's what we will need. So Apollo allows to do this by providing these Apollo links, which serves as middlewares. If you're familiar with Express, the links is somehow related, somehow similar to a middleware, and we can assign an authentication link that will modify the context of our request. So in this case, the authentication link will take the token from wherever we store it and will add it to the headers. Besides, it will append the token to the already existing headers that there are. So the first step is to move a URI to an HTTP link. Let's do that. URI, HTTP link, create HTTP link. So let's go to Apollo. But before that, should I show you that it will give us we'll need the not use mutation but use query, because we will query, use query, and the GraphQL from Apollo. Where is it? Apollo client. Come on, you again started being slow. Const. Very slow. My projects is equal to GraphQL. And let's copy the query that we have. Where is playground? Playground, where is it? My task list here. So we will need the ID, my task lists. We will need ID, title, we will need ID, title, and created at. Let's copy the query. Add it here. And I'm gonna delete the dummy data from here. Save. Then I'm gonna do the const use mutation. And the use mutation, use query. Sorry. Use query. My projects. So the use query will return only this part without the function. It will return data, error, and loading. So we can actually copy that in the project screens. Because the use query will be executed right away, there is also a hook called use lazy query. And that query is not going to be executed at the beginning, like when you mount the component, but is going to be executed only when you call it. And it's similar to the mutation. Like the first one is function and the second one is object with the data error and loading. And I don't know, if you need to run a query whenever you press on a button, you would use a lazy query and so on. But in our case, we need to start fetching the projects as soon as we mount this component. Data error loading. So first of all, if no, I'm gonna do the thing with use effect as well. Use effect. Oh, please work faster. I probably need a better machine for streaming and for having so many projects opened. The thing will be, the dependency will be error. And we're gonna check if error alert error fetching projects, and we can also say error dot message. Does it have a message or is it just an? I think it has error dot. Please. Message. Let's do the same with our data. So let's copy the effect. The dependencies will be data. If data, come on, data, then we're gonna set it in our state. Set projects. The value will be data dot the name of a query, my task lists, and that's it, I guess. What else? We need the use effect to import it. And also we can import the loading indicator. Loading indicator. No, come on. Classes or function for components. Functions. When I started using function components, I never got back to class components. I don't see any reason why would you use a class component at this moment. So we can check if it's loading. No, that's impossible. Like, how to work with this speed? Loading indicator. No, I'm gonna ignore this. You can do it yourself. I trust you. Alert. Better, let's import the alert. Got an invalid component for, okay, can't find alert. Now you should be able to find alert, okay? Error fetching project, authentication error, please sign in. You see how smart it is? Okay. So we are signed in, but we didn't send the token to our Apollo with our in Apollo in the headers. So now that's what we have to do in Apollo TSX. First of all, we will, as I was saying, we will move to the links. So first one will be an HTTP link. HTTP URI is gonna be URI. Create HTTP link. We can take it from here. No. Or yeah. Yep. And then the set context. Let's import also the set context. And this is a way to modify the context of a query, of a request. And in our case, we want to modify the headers. So let's define that here. Const of link set context. We take the existing headers that we have. Then we find the token. And I'm gonna do it like this. Async, because we need it from async storage, not from local storage. Token is await async storage. No, you don't want to give me suggestions. Get item. Get item token. We need to import it. Like, come on, like, why? Why would you be so slow? By the way, how is the quality of a stream? Is the quality okay? Can you let me know in the chat if the quality of the stream is okay? Okay, so we take the token from async storage and we add it to our headers as authorization, and we don't need this. Yeah, we can say simply token or empty string if we don't have any tokens. Save. And now Apollo provider was not passed a client instance. Okay, laggy. That's really sad. I don't think I can do anything. I was having some issues with my internet. 1 frame for a second is laggy. Come on. Audio is okay. At least audio is okay. Skipped frames. Yeah, I see some. Let's hope that it's gonna get back to normal. I really want to finish in this video. I feel that it's my PC that it's so slow. What's going on here? I can close this one. Yeah, let's try to continue. I hope that it's gonna be okay. Let's reopen our iOS simulator. Take rest. No rest, man. We need to get it done today. Okay, where is the simulator? Let me try to close some apps. Maybe it will help. And now our emulator is not opening, of course. Oh, come on. iOS, are you here? I'm so sad. iOS is here. It should restart, so are you restarting? Okay, opening the project and error fetching projects, authentication error. Okay, going back here. Okay, we defined the HTTP link and auth link, but we didn't send it to the client. I think here Apollo client has a from link. Or we can simply, you know what? We can simply concatenate these two links as following. So link will be HTTP link dot concat to concatenate everything from the auth link. Auth link. What? No, auth link. Or is it? No, I think it's vice versa. Is auth link concatenate HTTP link? Yeah, the first one is authentication link. Second one should be HTTP link. HTTP link. Save. And here we have it. You see, guys? Okay. So just by adding the authorization token in the headers for our Apollo, now we are able to query all the lists that we have on the server. So that's actually good. Now let's open a task list here. And we will query all the to-do lists of a task list in this screen. Because, for example, we don't even see the title here. So for that, we're going to open the screens, to-do screen. It has to-dos and title. So let's import the use query and GraphQL there in the to-do screen, right? And here we need to stream is back to excellent. let's import here in our to-do screen the use query and the GraphQL tag. Let's define get project as a GraphQL, and here in the get project we will do a query to get all the data about that specific project. Where is it? Get task list. It's this one. So get task list. It will we will send an ID, and back it will return ID, title, maybe created at what, the to-dos, to know all the to-dos that we have here. And what do we have here? ID, content, and is completed. We don't need the users now. And yeah, that's it. Let's copy the query, go back here, add it. We'll import, yeah, we have already the use query. So here we don't need the to-dos. Title, okay. We will define const. Yeah, data error and loading for the use query. And the query will be get, where is it? Get task, get project. Oh, come on, get project. But we also need to send the ID. So use query can receive a second parameter, and here we can send the variables. And our variables expects an ID. Where do we get this ID from? We get it from navigation, because whenever we press on a project here, if you remember, we send an ID with navigations. So let's import the use route hook. Import use a route from React navigation native. And based on that route, we will be able to take the data from that route. So use route. We will add it here, const route is equal to use route. And the route contains a property params, which will contain all the variables that we send. So in here, variables, we can say route.params.id. Okay. Let's define the, you know what? Let's define the, where is it? In the project screens, I will take from there the use effects for the error and the data. Here, these two use effects. Use effect error fetching project. Error message if data, then we will set title to data dot get task list dot title. Data dot get task list dot title. You know what? I'll put everything into the same variable without having two states for the title and to-dos. I will do project, and here set project. Initially, it's gonna be null. Then, if data is there, we're gonna set project with data.getTaskList. Okay, I'm gonna comment this out because we're gonna have a different logic here. And here we'll say if there is no project yet, return null, because, or like a loading screen, because later on we will do, okay, that's interesting. For the title we actually need it, you know. Yep, for the title we need it because we will update it. Okay, const title set title use state like this, and we can set it from here. Set title data.getTaskList.title. But to-dos, we can take them from project dot, I think it's to-dos, or how they're called. To-dos, yeah. Project dot to-dos. Okay. Let's save. What's going on? Unexpected use. All right. Save here. Use effect. Probably we don't have a use effect, right? Let's import. So at least the title should be displayed there. So if I open the first one, I cannot find variable alert because we need to import it. Alert. Save. Let's open. Error fetching, response not successful, status code 400. What error did you have? What did you say? Let me also console log the error. Maybe the params, the ID. I don't know. So if error console log error. Let's open error fetching. 400 is what error? Okay. Receive status. What's happening there? Let me just check if variables. Okay. Now I know. Right? Variables. Okay. And if I go back and open it again, it's there. It's there, and it's coming from our backend, the task list with the tasks and so on, which is really nice. So it's here. Now, whenever we will press enter, we need to do a mutation, create a new to-do item, add it to our task list, project list. And right, where is it? Apollo authentication done. Query my task list done. query a task list. Okay. Let's think about the create new to do item. Igor, привет. Muhammad, hey Vadim, I'm your huge fan. I just want to know about the vCrypto app. Can it be built without TypeScript? Yes, it can be built with TypeScript if you know like what is the TypeScript part and just don't use the types. But I'd highly suggest you to learn TypeScript and have a look, because it's not that hard, but it will save you a lot of time in future. $340. So I think we can finish a couple of more tasks. I don't think we will manage to do everything, but at least let's create a new to-do item. Let's create a new to-do item, and that's gonna happen here in the to-do screen as well. Where is our add user? No, create to-do. Create to-do content, task list ID. Okay, let's do that. Here, I will copy this one. Let's think what data we need back. Over to do ID content is complete. Okay, task list title. We don't need back to do's, but probably title. No, the ID. Yeah, this is an interesting part. Always make sure to query the ID, because that's how Apollo client will merge and manage the cache. So if you return the ID of the item, it's going to be able to update it automatically for you. Progress. Yeah, I will query back the parameters, like the fields that might change with this mutation. So in this case, these fields will change because we set them, and also the progress of a task list will change. So by doing that, everywhere else where we have ever queried the progress of a task list, and now we will query back here the progress. The progress. The UI will automatically update with a new value of the progress. So let's copy it from here and let's add it here. Const add or create to do GraphQL. Vasilie, mulțumesc. Okay, we have a create to do. And now we need, besides the use query, we need to import the use mutation, because that is a mutation. Use okay, mutation, use mutation. Let's define it here. So const. Okay, I will add some. That's impossible. That's impossible. So the first one will be create. It's going to be the function that will trigger the mutation. So create to do. Then we're going to receive all the data, and we can rename it because we already have a data here. So create to do data, and we're gonna receive error. Create to do error, and I'm gonna ignore the loading for now. you can also handle the loading state of this mutation. It's gonna be use mutation. And the mutation will be the create to do. This mutation, okay. So when should we call the create to do? We will call it here. So let's create to do, and it will receive the variables. What variables should we send? We should send the create to do content and task list ID. The content will be an empty string. Content empty string, and task list ID will be the, we can take it from here. Or even better, I will take it out and I will assign it to a variable const ID equal route params ID. Where is the mutation? Task list ID is the ID. Okay, and one more thing. The use mutation can receive an option to re-render, to retrigger some queries. And in this case, whenever we create a to-do item, we actually want to retrigger the get project query, because we know that there will be new items. So let's check in the options. Updating the cache, nope. No, it's impossible with this internet. It's not here. So use mutation has an option, and the option has refetch queries. Okay, and the query is get project. Refetch queries. Let's check if it will work. Okay, opening the first one. I will add an enter here. Something happening. Let me just try to refresh, see if it actually happened, if we actually added a new one. Task list. Yeah, we actually added, but it didn't refresh. Another way to do that is, if that doesn't work. Yeah, I don't see that it working. Refetch. use mutation refetch queries. No, but I think I will do it in a different way. Whenever we call the create to do, I'm gonna query back in the task list. I'm gonna query all the to-dos, and that will actually update it. I hope. I think. So let's task list, and if I do enter here, it appears. If I do enter, it appears, I can write. If I do enter, it appears, I can write, and I can refresh. And that should be saved in the database. Because if I go back to our first task list, then we see all of them, but we don't see the updated text because that is actually a to-do item update. Whenever we write something and we stop writing, we should call the update mutation for that item. Oh my god, that's gonna be some. Okay, so that means that our create new to-do item is done. Okay, should we do one more? Update to do item. Let's implement the update to do item, and probably that will be the last mutation that we're gonna implement today, because we are already 4 hours in. Because our parts, our mutations, our queries are pretty similar to this one. So hopefully by having an example, you can continue and integrate it yourself. And that's a way for you to check if you actually understood the concept. So let's go into do item index. Here we have content. Okay, to do item. We will do a mutation there for the update, right? We don't need query. We will need the update. Where are you? I'll be there in the morning. Update to do here. Yeah, I'm gonna copy this one. Okay, here const new create update to do is equal to GraphQL. Good question. Will it add new to-do items at the bottom always? Yes, this is the drawback, because it will always add the new to-do items at the bottom, and still, yeah, that's not. It can add it randomly anywhere, so that's not what we want. In order to solve that, I think you will need to add an extra parameter to each to-do items that will save a position, and we will save a position of a to-do item, and that way we will be able to update it, because right now there is no way to actually add them in between or something like that, because we don't save a position. So that's also a good extra feature that you can implement. You'll only have to add a position variable in our backend. From the front end, you'll update it with a position that you set, and then when displaying them, you will sort for them and sort based on the position. That's a good question. Thank you. Okay, so here mutation, right? Const update item data. We don't need any data, like we will trust the system. Yeah, of course you can get back the error, the data, handle them properly, but I'm gonna keep it easier right now. Use mutation, update ToDo, and we need to call this update ToDo when. In multiple places, so for that reason I'm gonna create a function, update item. I'll call this update item mutation and call update item. This will be the function. We will do that's good enough. Here we'll send the variables. And what variables do we need? As we said, we need ID, content, and is completed. ID will be the todo.id. The content will be the content that we have in state. And where is the checkbox? Is checked. Yeah, and here let's say is completed will be the value of is checked. Yeah, like that. And we will call update when. For example, when set is check, and after that we can call the update because we want to update it on the server. Let's call update item. Or no, you know what? Let's do it smartly. I'm a bit tired and I didn't realize that from the beginning. But this way, you see, I will have to call the update item every time I'm actually modifying some value. For example, here I'm gonna call update item. Then on change text, I'm gonna set the content and also update the item. But we can do that better. We can do that like this. We can take advantage of a use effect. So we can call this function whenever the is checked or content is changed. And actually, I can do that here, you know. Use effect. It's gonna be a function. And the dependencies will be an array with content and is completed. And this will mean every time we update the content in state or is completed, then we will call this use effect that will update the item on the using the mutation on the server. Is checked, not completed. Let's try now. Okay. And oh, the content changes not only then, but also here when we set content the first time. All right, so if I press here the checkbox, it's gonna probably take some time, but it should update this one. So I have updated some checkbox here. Hello, Hello. Okay, that's not the best approach. I think I'll go back to the previous approach, because the content I want to send the update to the server, not every time we press a key, but only when we end editing. For that reason, yeah, I'm not gonna be that smart, and I'm gonna go back to const call update item is equal to update item. And now we have we have more control when it will happen, even though we should we should make sure that we call it every time we need it. So for example, here call update item, and in the text input I'm not gonna do that on change text, but on end editing, on end editing. It's gonna do call update item, save, and now going back here, going back here. Yeah, we are not updated the first time because that's how it's supposed to be. And now I can write smoothly the item is not updated unless I go to another one. And now let's remember this item. If I refresh, then we should see it updated. Come on. First one. And yeah, we see it updated here. So guys, that means that this is also done, updating to-do item. What is left? What's left is to create a new task list, and we can do that by adding a button here. It's going to be pretty simple. You just call a create task list with content, and when you receive back the ID, you redirect directly to that task list. Then updating a task list is similar to what we have here with updating a to-do list item. And whenever we end the editing here, we're gonna call the update task list mutation. Let me put them here. Update task list and delete to-do item. That's even easier. We will just call a mutation with the ID of the to-do item, and they are gonna be deleted. Yeah, this is some tasks for you guys to practice alone during this weekend. You have all the examples in the application. I will submit the source code on GitHub so you can see the examples. I will also make sure to include all the queries that you will need from here. I will include it in the asset bundle that you can download. And then if you are done with this, I also have some extra features for you that you can implement in this project. So first one is add members to a task list, and you will add them by email. For this, you will have to adjust a bit the backend, because right now we implemented add user to a task list by ID. So it's either you implement a search in the application and you search the users by email, and then you have ID and you add them by ID, or you implement add members by email. Then render a list of members, and that's gonna be similar to what? I don't have the designs here. Oh yeah, here on the top. why I'm looking for, because yeah, here on top we see the list of users, and we see this plus sign that will allow us to invite users. What else? Add due dates to a task list and to do items. You can select a due date from here, from a calendar, and we can say, yeah, only start date, right? And it's here, it is displayed. We can save it in database. You'll have to adjust a bit the database for the to-do items to add the due dates. And also we can add due dates to the projects. What else can you implement? Assign task list and to-do list items to users. Yeah, that's, for example, we can assign a task list to a user here, and that user can be notified. Let me remove a date. Okay, then you can also implement some user roles. For example, a user can be a viewer, he can be an editor or an owner in a project. This is a bit more advanced, and you will also have to edit a bit the schema, how you save the users in the projects in the database. Probably you'll need an extra table in the middle, in between users and projects, and that connection will also have like the role, if the user is a viewer, editor, or owner. And based on these roles, you can allow him or deny, like authorize some features. For example, viewer will be able only to query task lists and not edit and create them. What else? Nested to-do items. That's a really powerful features of Tascade. For example, we can nest things here. We can nest them, infinitely. This is a bit tricky, but it's not very complicated. You will assign a parent ID to a to-do list, and you can assign an optional ID of another to-do list. And that's how you create this connection between them. So yeah, that's really interesting. If you can do that, that would be really awesome. What else? Offline support using on-device persistence. This is quite advanced. Like, I'll say that it's it's a red thing. It's an advanced feature, but that's a powerful feature to cache all the data offline. So whenever you open the application the second time or the third time, and if you don't have internet, you at least see what you already had previously. And you can add items, and then whenever you will have internet, it will automatically send the mutations and update them on the server. I had a lot of hard time with this for Fitinium. There are some libraries that make things easier with Apollo. If you're interested, let me know. Then listen to data changes with GraphQL and subscriptions. That's also a very interesting features. For example, because this is a collaborative tool, whenever someone else will come here and will add items, I should see them in real time. Whenever they, for example, check an item, I should get this update and see them. So yeah, you can accomplish that with GraphQL subscriptions. Listen to the data of changes, of to-do items, of updates, of new items, and so on. Yep. So this is some ideas for you to practice, to implement, integrate. And if you manage to do that, that would be really awesome. That means that you took something valuable from this tutorial. And by the way, if you find this this project valuable, drop a like, subscribe to the channel, because that would really help me. That would help get this project to more people. Let's see some questions, and then we can finish this build. I find nested to do tricky from the UI part. Yeah, I can understand that. Let's think. Yeah, so basically each to-do will be able to have another to-do a nested to do. Yeah, I understand. It's kind of tricky even from the query perspective. You will have to query the nested to do separately because you don't know how many levels there are. If you know, for example, that there are 2 levels, the query will be easier. But if there are unlimited levels, then you will need to do them separately, like on the to-do item level, not on the project level. And yeah, adding some paddings for all the childs, putting them in a container, and that container containing a margin, and this margin will accumulate. So if we go down in the levels, it will come from all the top levels and then that one. So I think that shouldn't be that difficult. Why use GraphQL? Because GraphQL is the future. I don't know. No, it's really powerful. I highly recommend it for most of application. REST API would be nice for, I don't know. I can think of a good example for a REST API, but GraphQL is very nice for data-driven application where there are a lot of data and a lot of connection between datas. Okay, what else? Backend language between JavaScript and JavaScript. JavaScript. I am building a native app to write time. On which platform will you deploy backend? The backend can be deployed simply in a EC2 instance on AWS. So this is a VPS, or I don't know, you can find DigitalOcean can work for this NodeJS application. Adding position will also enable sorting items, right? Will enable sorting them based on the position. So either, yeah, last to first or first to last. Are you exclusively in MERN or are you working with other technologies? This is the first MERN build. Previously, we were doing mostly React Native with AWS Amplify. And that was much faster and much easier. But this is also, I'm having a lot of fun with the MERN stack. Doing everything yourself, like do it yourself. Where can I learn React Native? Here. Here you can learn React Native. Subscribe to the channel, check all the builds that we have done in the past. We have done already, I don't know, 10 builds, from which is Instagram, WhatsApp, Airbnb, Uber, Twitter, and a lot more. TikTok. Basically, all the applications that you are probably using day by day, we already did them in React Native. So by doing, you will learn much easier. All right, guys, so I think that it's enough for today. I'm pretty tired. I haven't stood up from this chair for the last 4 hours. I haven't been to the toilet. Okay, that's something interesting to know for you. I'm also a human. I need to do that. So, thanks for watching till the end. Thanks for suggesting me to implement this MERN stack. I really had a lot of fun. I think that we have done a great job and the application is pretty mature, and also it has a lot of extra features that you can practice, and I would really love to see people go that one extra mile and implement some of the features that I listed here, or any other features that you think that might be useful to implement them here, because you already have as an example everything that we have done in the last 2 videos. So yeah, if you do that, don't forget to share that with me on social medias or on Discord channel. The Discord channel you can find in the description below. Thank you, Tascade, for sponsoring this video. I think you already saw like how easy Tascade is to use, how easy it is to manage your project with Tascade, and also to collaborate with other teammates with them. Also, I didn't show you, you can actually do calls from here, so you can call your whole team and start discussing about the project. Another thing that I like about Tascade is different views that you can see the project. So right now we see it in a list view, but we can also see in a board view. Let's wait. That's because of my internet. Mind map, come on. Yeah, it's here. So the mind map, I'm just to using this you can do mind maps and plan some project that you have, and this is all the data that we already have. I also like the board view. This gives you like this like sprint board that we are all used with. Here you can have multiple like in progress and so on columns. Oh, I wasn't sharing my screen. That's nice. Yeah, here is what I was talking about, the board for the Tascade and the mind map. Yeah, don't forget that you can get a free pro account on Tascade just by